Greetings, Kerbal Killers. Welcome back. We are, of course, today continuing with what we started last night, and that is adding resources into KSP 1.02. This, unfortunately, will be the grindy bit. The bit where we actually go through the configs, edit them, change them for the new version. Of course, this is nothing new. All the mods that add resources in have already done this. So, let's crack on with it, shall we? One KSP 102 directory. First thing we need to do is to do all the ScanSat stuff. So we need one text editor. So this one is the new ScanSat resources config file, and this one is ours. So as detailed last night, we need to change all the scan type numbers and basically export those into a new config file. So where is the new config file? Good question. Let's go find it. I'll be that one. Skip. No. Basically, we're duplicating that lot. Few interesting things. So we're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom of this one and check the very last config.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for the host, LTL King. Much appreciated. So, what is going to be the best way of editing these files? I know exactly how to do it. We're going to copy this config and we're going to drop it into CW Tech. Straight into resources. So we want to call this one CW Scan Colors. And we want to go and find It's not in there. Why is it not in there? Because it's in here. So we want to grab our old one there. Stick it in there. Wonderful. Now this thing is gonna complain. It's fine by me. That's gonna open that one. And we're gonna open that one. Make that disappear now. And then we want the scansat configs for reference. So we're going to do that one first. And then let's grab that one. Right, now we're going to pair them together. Like that. So we've got the original config, our config, original config, our config. Make it easier for switching between them. This is why I love using Notepad++, because I can have everything tabbed. So on our config, because we're trying to make it additional to this, then we don't need that lot. So let's go ahead and delete it. Now this is all altimetry, and it's not altimetry that we want, it's resources. So let's pull that up there. Right. Now let's start with only one. So all of the other pre-existing configs we can get rid of. Just going to hazard a guess as to the syntax here. Make sure I've got everything right to begin with. One of the good things about Notepad++ that it does is give you lines between its recognized syntax. So when you use your brackets and you click on them, these grey lines here go red. Right, wonderful. So what we're going to do first of all is make sure low and high cutoffs are all the same for this one, which they are. Got the planets in there. Wonderful. I'm going to add a new document in here for doing mass character replacements. So this one's set up as OR. What we're going to do is we're going to start with certain resources. We're going to start with all of really valuable stuff. So we're going to make them red. Oops. And that is pretty much that one done. So we're going to take, oh, just double check the colours syntax for a moment. You want to click on that. Oh, that's altimetry. We don't want altimetry. We got resources. The first item in resources is ore. So just checking the syntax here. Yep, we can do a direct copy and paste from items. So everything from there onwards all the way down to there is basically repeated for each and every resource. So we're going to go ahead and copy that, and we're going to put it in our blank document. Now we need to fetch up a list of our resources. Which is in that one. And these are all our resources. So which are the ones that are going to be valuable? Well, that one is. That one is. We'll ignore space plasma, so heavy metals, plutonium, you know, considering we've got tech life support, we don't need food and oxygen. We don't need water, waste and wastewater defining again. We don't need rock, it's already defined. We don't need science defining as a resource because it will already be done in the CRP. So, let's begin. So the first one is in here. We can do find. I'm just going to switch to replace, and we're going to find ore, and we're going to replace with unobtainium. Replace all, and it says 18 occurrences. There we go. So, next one, explodium. Now this is where we use this. "18 occurrences, select all, copy, and then click there to highlight the grey line between syntax and scroll all the way down. As soon as you get to there, whack in a new line, and then we're going to go paste. That's explodium in. Go back to this new document, and we're going to undo our change there so everything goes back to ore. We're going to go and grab the next resource, heavy metals, and we're going to go into here, and we're going to go replace, paste there, place all, 18 occurrences, Close. Select all. Copy. Told you this was the grindy bit. And paste. Go over here. Undo. Next resource. Plutonium. Copy that over here. Search, find. Copy. Line, paste. Next. Carbon dioxide. I just deleted some that I shouldn't have done. Oh, carbon dioxide is already defined. Okay, we shot through that quicker than I expected. Let's have a see. So we have unobtainium, explodium, heavy metals, plutonium. Right, that's the 4 that are going to be in red. So we're going to go ahead and save that where we are, just in case we have a crash or something. And we're going to go back to here. So now we're going to create the resources that we're going to want to display in green. Of course, you can choose whatever colour that you want. So that's now set up for green. So the green resources that we want are not in that list. Just do it from memory, because the green resources are used for life support and whatnot. Let's do this properly. So we're going to do oxygen, ATM currencies, grindy, undo change, so oxygen we're going to have water, 18 occurrences, what else needs to be in there? Oxygen, water. Yeah, let's go and fetch up the CRP and resources list. That one. So common resources is the full list from CRP. So we're just going to take a look through the list, make sure that we get everything. Oh mate, really? Fair enough. Oh, nitrogen already seems to be defined. So let's go and remove it from ours if it's already defined. Oops. Carry on. And there we are at the end. So we've got all the green resources. So now we want the yellow ones. Or what we're defining as yellow. Excuse me. So if you have a look in here, we've got carbon and sulfur. We've removed nitrogen, so we need to make sure we put that in. "18 occurrences. Oops, nope, that one. Next one we're doing is sulfur. "18. And next up is nitrogen. "18 occurrences. And hey presto. So nitrogen, sulfur, carbon. Water, oxygen, plutonium, heavy metals, explodium, unobtainium. Wonderful. That lot should be done. So we're going to save it, and then we're going to close it. So now in scan resources, need to make sure that the original file isn't scanning for resources that we're going to try and add to it. Greetings, Shirty. We're continuing from last night, where we're actually doing all the grindy work of updating the config files. All the wonderful, boring stuff. Right, water's already in there. So let's go to our config file, and we can remove water, so that we don't edit our config file to double scan for the same resource. Anything else that's in the original config that we're trying to configure for? And the answer is no. So next up, we need to get rid of these two lines from all of them. Unfortunately, it's a manual work, so we can't do find and replace. Well, we probably could, but it will probably work out to be faster to do it by hand. Right, compare syntax and make doubly sure. Yep, syntax looks the same. So now we need to make all the scan type numbers not correspond with the ones on here. So we're going to go from 262.144. So 524288. The first one in ours. Our config, thank you. Let's get rid of that. I would love to know how high this number system goes. Don't you just love data entry trash? Oops, wrong window. That one. Yes, Shirty, you can definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, say that again. And if we switch the calculator to programmer view, and we take the number and put it in, you'll find, go here, starts at 64. If we 64 times 2, watch the 1. So basically they're just doing bitwise statements by the looks of it in the code, which is somewhat inefficient, I believe. I'll just double check that we don't go over a 32-bit limit here, because that would be bad. Nope. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the limit on most variables is 32-bit. At least until 64-bit KSP becomes standard. So that's that config file edited. Now we need to keep this one open. Excuse me. And we need to keep the original open. Why do we need them open? Because there's a part that we need to change. And that is the resource detection array. It's a part that I created for scanning for my configuration of resources. So, standard part, and it's these here that we're looking at. Module resource scanner, scanner type 0, resource name. Which I've already started updating the syntax from what it was. So now, the idea is to use one part to scan all of the resources at the same time. So this bit's going to be fun. And of course, don't forget scanner type 0, 1 and 2, because 3 is in space and we don't need to look for that. Not with this one. And then it changes to the next resource. So we've got ore, plutonium, carbon dioxide, carbon, explodium, heavy metals, nitrogen, oxygen, sulfur, unobtainium, water, xenon gas. Yes, I am aware that I've set xenon gas as a crustodal scanning. Missing from there seems to be carbon dioxide, so double check that. Carbon dioxide, oh no, it's there. I think that's all of them. Let's take a look. Nitrogen. Don't remember seeing that one. Hang on. Nitrogen's there. USW! How's it going, USW? That one. Yep. So, we're just doing the really boring, grindy stuff. And that is editing all the config files and making them compatible. I'm doing wonderful. Capcom's open if you want to jump in. Feel free. Right, that should be... Oops. Oh, we can get rid of that now. That one.
User joined your channel.
Greetings!
Hello.
Oh, it's Oak!
Yes, it is.
I was
Surprise.
just thinking then, it's like... That's not on
That doesn't-
Mail. How's it going, Oak?
Oh, so how you doing today?
I'm pretty good. Doing all the wonderful config grindy work. Hey. How'd you like the new overlay?
It's not taking up the full screen. We got black lines on the right left.
Weird. Yeah, no worries,
Same.
USW.
Like your resolution for OBS or whatever you're using is off.
Interesting.
Not saying it is off, it looks like that.
I will
Because I've
have
had that
to,
effect when I didn't have it quite right.
I will have to double check that. I'm sure I'd scaled it properly.
If you look at your own dash for your live stream feedback loop, you could really see what I'm seeing.
Probably can't do that right now.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that your Wednesday stream did not have that, with the two things on either side.
Yeah, that
This is not how it normally looks.
Yeah, Shirty says I've got a 4:3 ratio. Great. Wrong one. I've probably just selected it wrong when I was changing the resolutions in OBS. I will correct it for the next stream.
Okay.
But other
It's
than
not a
that,
horribly important thing.
how does it look so far?
Orange? I don't know what you were expecting me to say.
Well, different would have been a good start.
Graphic design is not my strong suit, let's leave it at that.
Nah, I'm not terribly good at it either, but... I probably just calculated the change in screen resolution slightly wrong, or misclicked the wrong resolution. So I'll sort it for next time, Shirty. But yeah, I've decided perhaps it'd be a good thing to do an overlay that made it look a bit more
Overlayish.
well, I was going for a little bit less amateurish. but it's kind of weird because where you can see my text editor here, that's my screen being placed on top, and that's in a widescreen format. So how on earth OBS is putting it into a 4:3, I'm not quite sure, but
I'm currently practicing my air building skills again.
your what building skills, sorry?
Airplane,
Airplane, right.
because it's my weak suit.
Yes, everybody knows it and keeps giving you airplane challenges.
I figure if they're going to keep giving me airplane challenges, I better be better prepared.
Yep, definitely. So, pretty sure now that we've got the resource detection array configured properly. So we're going to double check that we are using the right module name. So we're going to get one that's already been done for us. Oh, it is in there somewhere. Is it this one? Oh, that's using the old ScanSat module. Ah, I know what it is. I'm not using a ScanSat module for that one. It is... It's a squad one. It's one of these. That's the one. So we're using the built-in scanner module for that array. Do we want asteroid analysis? No. I'm gonna leave the asteroids alone at the moment because that could be a royal pain to reconfigure. I'm gonna have to look into it more. So we don't need to copy any other module across. Let's get rid of that. This is now updated. We can get rid of common resources, we don't need them anymore. Our generic resources is now up to date, so we can get rid of that. And our ScanSat resources should be up to date. So we can go and get rid of them. So now what we're looking at is the fallbacks configs. And what we want to do is make sure that the resources that are not critically important, carbon and sulfur for example, have a global resource set for custodial mining. So that's type 0. So we're going to do that now. It's literally just a case of copying and pasting that section there. Oh, wait, that's type 1. Thank God for edit undo. So let's take a look again from the top, make sure we've not missed anything. Yep, we missed something. We're going to add a little bit of nitrogen to it. So basically pretty much up to 5% randomly. We've got carbon, there's sulfur. And we should be done on that. So every planet should now have the base materials that we've just copied and pasted in there. So now we need to go and edit those config files to remove type 0 from them. There we go, that's nitrogen done. I'm sure there was another one that I added it to. Carbon, that was it. Don't have a config for that. Just pretty much don't need one. Everything else is pretty much set to specific stuff. So it should be good to go on that one. So next up, we need to do oceanics and atmospherics. So, we're going to bring up the wiki. We want to know what planets have any sort of ocean. Actually, I just thought there might be a faster way of doing this. So, taking a look at the biome list, and it gives us a picture of the planet as it looks. Eve, Kerbal and Lave, just those three USW for oceans. I can't remember any others. Oh, interesting. I won't. I'm pretty sure that's it as well. I'm just doing a double check. But yeah, pretty sure that's about it. For those that want to know, that are heavily into career mode, the biomes list on the KSP wiki does give you a very big full list of the KSC's biomes. And there's quite a few of them. Which includes things like the fuel tanks, single round tank, so on and so forth. So feel free to check them out if you're doing career. So for this, I definitely need 2 monitors. So unfortunately you won't see the biome list. So the question becomes, what are we putting in the, in inverted commas, oceans? Well, first of all, Lathe and Kerban definitely need to have water in their oceans and water at their polar ice caps, which is pretty much what we've got set up here. So scrolling back up, resource type 1, which is a planetary resource. Let me start that again. We have a planetary resource for type 1 on Kerban and water. That will make all oceans on Kerban contain water with this sort of config. Now, just to make absolutely sure, we also do a biome resource definition, again for type 1, and we allocate it to water. Any biome called water. Just to make absolutely sure that nothing goes wrong with the configs, so that there is water in the water. And here we do a biome resource definition, type 0, which is mineable, on Kerban. The resource is water, and the biome is the ice caps. And we put that config in for the ice caps. So we have a variance between 30 and 70%. Now, another resource definition on Kerban again, mineable, the tundras. And we select between 3 and 5%. Now, Minmus. Been joked around that Minmus is a snow cone, that Minmus is some sort of green mint, so on and so forth. Well, I decided to put some water that is mineable on Minmus. And why not? It's out there on the far edges of Kerban. Makes sense that it may be made up of frozen water. So let's go and chuck it there. And that's what we do here. But we're only putting it on the flats. Simple reason being that Minmus's gravity, as small as it would be, would pull any liquid water down the slopes to its core, where it would probably freeze, because Minmus doesn't seem to produce any heat. So again, we go through all the biomes and we define a biome resource for them. And now we get to Lathe. We define the Sagan Sea and the poles for Lathe. And hey presto, that's done in the most part. We may come back to water because water is a kind of interesting one. Good evening, Parabolic Photon. So, save that. Right, and then we have Eve. What mod, Parabolic Photon? That would be CW Tech. Right, Eve has the Explodium Seas. And I think at this point people realise where I got the resource name Explodium from. So we're defining explodium. That's that. Wait, let's go back. Well, need to correct the definition name. So we're defining a biome resource. Resource name explodium. We're setting it up as oceanic. Biome name is the Explodium Sea on Eve. Now we need to convert these values because, as you've just seen, these ones aren't converted for the resources that are used. Well, the resource values that's used in stock KSP 102. So, grindy bit now.
User left your channel.
Oh, that one was simple enough. Bear with me one moment. Right, so explodium's done. Get rid of all. Just want the fallbacks. So what else do we have? Well, probably the best thing to do is to just go from the top for some of these. For the rest of these, I should say. So plutonium needs to be converted. Handy bit. Yep, looks like I already put dispersal in for these. Cool. We'll leave carbon dioxide, done explodium, heavy metals. Nope, we've not got dispersal in there. So one thing to bear in mind when you're editing config files, especially quite a bit of parameters in one go, quite a few parameters in one go rather. I speak English good. Is to take it easy concentrate, and don't make typos. Because typos are bad. We'll come back to Joel. Nitrogen will be all atmospheric, so we're going to come back to that. Oxygen. Oxygen's a fun one, because most people would say oxygen atmospheric. Not always, as you will see as I go and convert the oxygen config files. So as you notice, on Members, I have some oxygen trapped on the flats. All of the flats. So basically, as the ice, or as the water froze, it's trapped oxygen there with it. That's the idea. Now, is it realistic? Well, yes, because when you make ice cubes, unless you freeze them in a very specific manner, you end up with bubbles in them. And those bubbles are the oxygen, the nitrogen, some carbon dioxide that's trapped within the water. Excuse me. Space plasma, we're going to come back to that one. Sulfur we've done. Unobtainium needs converting. Why do we have another global definition for unobtainium? Oh well. Oh, that one was simple enough. Water we've done. Now what did we do with xenon gas? I think we set everything to 0. Oh, it's in the atmospheric donor. Fair enough. Now because we're selecting this one as atmospheric, That should actually be 0. Speaking of atmospheric resources, we now want to define some resources that are available in the atmosphere of specific planets. Because if a planet has an atmosphere, it's made up of something. So, for example, on Kerbin and Lathe, it stands to reason that the atmosphere would be made up of oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide as the main elements. So let's go take a look. Back to the oxygen config, and there we have it. I've selected Kerbin to have 16% oxygen, and the same goes for Lathe, and the rest is trapped on Mimus. Wonderful. Nitrogen. Here we go. Get rid of those two because they're no longer needed. 70% nitrogen. Yeah. Now, what did I do there? Oh, we put nitrogen in the sea at Lathe. I was trying to figure out what on earth I'd done. Just a small amount. So that's Lathe's atmosphere. That's Eve's. And this one's Duna's. Right, so let's finish the conversion of the config file. Hey, presto! And we save. And now we come to carbon dioxide. So, global definition. Fair enough. And another one. Another one. And another one there. Right. Now, Eve's atmosphere. Carbon dioxide with a variance. Wonderful. Small amount of carbon dioxide on Kerbin, which actually needs to be increased because I've been keeping a track of the percentages. And get rid of that. And the same goes for Lathe. And of course we have a little bit of carbon dioxide on Duna. Which is pretty much about right. Right, what else needs to be done? Well, bit of a spoiler. Oh, we already did on Obtanium. That wasn't that one. Config called Duel. Yep. Duel is a gas giant. So just about everything's going to be in there. So we've got unobtainium, carbon dioxide, nitrogen, sulfur. That should just about do us. So what else do we want to check? Well, probably at this point, if you think you're finished, the best thing to do is to go through them alphabetically from the top. And just make sure that you have changed everything. Probably the best thing to do here is to window it. We'll come back to space plasma. Oh, one we missed. Good job we checked. Sulfur in the atmosphere on Eve. Fine by me. My advice when editing these config files is don't think, know. If you think you've done, go and check. Right, so let's have a look at space plasma. Basically, it's a single, very simple definition, which just says the space plasma type 3, which is interplanetary, and because it's global resource, you get some very interesting funky bands around planets. So we're going to save that. Right, one final check of the fallbacks config. Yep, that looks good, so we can close that. And final checks of the other configs that we have in here. Yep, that one looks good. And then this one, final config. Yep, looks good to me. Well, pretty sure those configs are done, dusted, sorted, whatever. So, now you're going to ask, what's next? Well, tell you what, let's get some feedback in chat. What do you guys think is the next step? Throw up some suggestions. Any suggestions at all as to what would be the next step? What's this that you're chucking up? Oh, sugars. Hang on, just bear with me. Yep, I can see it. Well, I'll take a look at it later because I haven't finished the overlay. I've just been throwing some colours around and gradients and whatnot. Took me ages to do that. No, I had to work out how to do it for GIMP. So, what would be the next step? Anyone at all in chat, what would be the next step? Take a wild guess if you wish. You could even suggest going for coffee as the next step, 'cause that wouldn't be too far wrong. Always good to drink coffee when you're doing this stuff. Interesting guess there, Curly. Any more takers? Okay, well, Curly's half right, in that now we open up KSP. However, I'm also going to go and grab a coffee at the same time. So we get rid of our right hand monitor. and we open up KSP. And considering I've changed the configs, this is going to take a while. So I will be back. Okay, and I get back and the overlay's wrong. Ah, it's really weird. And for some reason, it won't let me select it. That's odd. Here we go. Right, that's where I wanted it. And yes, I am aware of the load time, and it's not because it needs to be on an SSD. The hard drive usage during KSP load is only 15%. It is not the hard drive that is slowing down the KSP load. Update out for remote tech. Yes, I know about that one. I need to apply the update. Somebody says Kaz is out for 1.0. Cool. That pretty much completes the majority of our mod list. I'll just give this a few moments to sort out the resources, because I know from past experience that it does take KSP a little while to sort the resources out, or at least it did for Regolith. And besides, having a tactical pause at that point also gives me time to demolish a banana. Right, get rid of you. Right, let's see what it comes up with so far. Do we need to launch something? Oh, well, the first thing I've noticed is HyperEdit hasn't loaded its configs properly again. That is the wrong solar system. That's what it should be. Bad hyperedit. Naughty hyperedit. Alright, let's have a look here. What, you don't want to overlay? Change the style that we want. That looks a bit more like it. Right, for some reason water's not showing up. Okay, so we make a note of that. Nitrogen's showing up because it's a global resource. Spots over there with no nitrogen in. Oh well. And for some reason we do have carbonite showing up. I would love to know where that's coming from. It really shouldn't be. Atmospheric, 2.3% carbon dioxide, 70% nitrogen, 19.5% oxygen, and 0.1% xenon gas. Wonderful. Seems about right to me. However, annoyingly, why is plutonium showing up on Kerbin? That's odd. But it shouldn't be. Take a look at carbon. Patches around. Right, so for some reason the stock for KSP is showing up resources where it shouldn't do. Well, that's probably about right for nitrogen, considering it was classed as a custodial resource. Very weird how this bit around here always seems to have none. So let's exit out that and take a look and see what ScanSat says. Right, which resource is this? Why I clicked on that, I don't know. Ore. This is the resource ore. Okay, let's go to one of ours. Right, that's a problem. Hmm. Well, the values that it's coming back with are not possible. Yay, deja vu. Why on earth this is showing up as pink, I do not know. Oh, heavy metals config works. Stop laughing, Shirty. You were with me the last time this happened. The main thing is, nitrogen's supposed to be green, I think. Right, sulfur's supposed to be yellow. Ay, ay, ay. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, unobtainium, great. That's actually correct. Right, what I suspect has happened is that the configs have confused ScanSat. So there's one simple thing to do. Alright. Not been scanned. Wonderful. Shirty, family friendly please. which means no violence. So, now we're going to have to set up our own scanner. Fine by me, it means I get to design and build and launch something. Make sure we get plenty of life support on. Come on. Hmm. Wait. Oh, fudge. Well, I guess that bug is still there in MacJab. Bit more. Bit too low, that is, for my liking. That one. That'll do. No. Oh. No. Um. Hmm. Do my favorite trick. Wait. Yowzers. This should burn for quite some time. That should have enough delta V to get into orbit. Right, where's my scanner part? There it is. Some of you may recognise that from Interstellar. Come on. Oh god. Why? Right, and next up, we need some solar power. And we need a battery. Can't forget the battery. Do that way too often. We'll shove 2 on there. Right, so pod, life support, battery, solar, scanner, upper stage, lower stage, boosters. Check the staging. Looks about right. And you know, because MechJeb screwed up the last time I shoved the satellite into orbit with it, I'm going to do this manually. Certain things MechJeb really doesn't like me launching. Really? EPL Test 2 has depleted life support? That's weird. Shouldn't do. Oh, this wants to flip in the wrong direction, doesn't it? Well, actually, it's not the wrong direction. I just realised we want a polar orbit, not equatorial. Wow. I think we have a little bit too much power on liftoff to cut those boosters down. Oops. There you go. Wow. I know what it is. I made that thing heavy, that's why. Hmm. Yeah, I think I botched this launch up just a little bit. Oh well. Right, deploy the parachute. I can't bail from this because I'm in the atmosphere. Hmm. Yeah, I lost interest in that squadcast. Backgrounds and stuff, Shirty, we'll talk about after the stream. So some of you might notice 7 kilometers and still going. Shouldn't be too far off the ground. There we go. Unfortunately, gotta wait for the pod to come down. And on DMP, there are no reverts. Okay, the parachute didn't open. Hmm. Okay, yeah. No, it actually didn't open. That would be because people don't. Some people don't do mods. Make it 20. How heavy was that thing? 3 tons. What's now happened to our Delta V? It's not them that's caused it. Oh, TWR's too low. Even so, the Delta V's completely different. Must be because I put the scanner on, which means it's not going to make it into orbit. That's a problem. We're not going to do X64 till basically Unity 5 is not only released but been thoroughly tested. Make sure the 64-bit client for Unity actually works properly, because that's where the bug is. As soon as the 64-bit client for Unity is confirmed as working properly, then KSP X64 will be released and be available. Yeah, well, we're going to do our second favourite trick. Even that is telling me that it's not going to make it. You know what? If it's telling me it's not going to make it, that's fine. Oh, not that, hold on. Fine if it's not going to make it. Why flog a dead horse? Let's go for something a bit bigger. Well, that one fits properly. Yeah, weird. What engine do we want for this stage? Poodle too. So. Hmm. And that's not enough. Wow, epic placement for separation. Really? Oh my god. That's more like it, although TWR3? Really? Right, anything else that I need on this? Yes. And just pray I don't snap it off on ascent. Hey. Right, this should do a bit better. Right, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Just coast to bring our, well, not exactly coast, but keep the acceleration low. But make it easier for circularizing. Nice and gently does it on the orbit. So we're looking for about 150. Just pretty much about there. Just a thought. What the? You stupid. And people wonder why I use MacChub. Because a stock SAS is useless. Yeah, that'll do. I'm gonna put my scanner module. Curious. That's not what we were expecting as a readout from that. Yeah. However, it does tell us that plutonium, which apparently there was a load of it last time, is unknown. However, we have explodium on the surface, and we shouldn't have explodium on the surface. And the question becomes, why do we have explodium on the surface? Gotta love Regalith. Hot. Take a quick shufty at the config for explodium. Yep, and take a look at the fallbacks. Oh. Oh, why the heck did I do that? I must have pasted the wrong values in. Is that the only one that's got the wrong values? Oh, plutonium has as well. Plutonium, where are you? Oh, it's coming up as unknown at the moment. Right, so we're just watching these values and watching the biome, making sure we don't get anything weird going on. Which is entirely possible. Yeah, I got a couple of config values wrong. Supposed to have been set to 0, but for some reason I didn't set them to 0. Oh well. Well, let's come up the pace a bit here. Oh, that reminds me, while we're watching values, thank you to all those that raided Shimmy with me last night. His reaction was absolutely brilliant, for which I have highlighted that portion of the video. It's that type of thing that makes actually doing raids properly worthwhile and absolutely hilarious. When you drop a load of users on someone in a raid, it usually comes as a complete surprise to the streamer. So thank you for all that were involved, and we'll see if we can do the same thing again later on. Right, those values look stable. And granted, we haven't gone around the entire planet, but still, they look about right, apart from the ones that I already know had the wrong values in for the config. So, we can leave this in orbit so that we can reference it. And then we drop out of KSP. $11. What? Yeah. Oh. Right. Now I need to chuck you over to the right-hand monitor. So I need to clear certain stuff off the right-hand monitor. Okay, so oops, no sensors. Right, we're going to duplicate the RDA. And for the time being, we're going to call it RDA2. And then we are going to get rid of all of these modules out of it. Because the next step is to put the ScanSat modules in that we decided not to do the first time around. And it was probably a good thing we did, given the size of that menu. So we'll open up the SAR scanner. Now, all of the ScanSat modules are exactly the same. Change the sensor type, we just changed that. So copy and paste it into here. So the sensor type ties up with scan resources file. Actually, don't need that now. So the values here for scan type are what we're going to be chucking over. that's going to be too high. Right, which resource is this? Oxygen. Animation. This model doesn't have an animation. So we delete it. Right, so we're going to set all the scan types up exactly the same. Don't forget that because this has been run on the DMP server, it's always running in the background. Nope. So even though we are not currently running KSP, stuff's still orbiting Kerbin in real time. Which always makes things fun. So I'm just using the keyboard shortcuts for copy and paste, which is Control C for copy and Control V for paste. Oh, that's a very good question, Shirty. How can I describe this? Basically, if one craft time warps, then what the other person sees is the position of the other person's craft as it was in their time frame. So it calculates, basically it puts the craft on rails, in inverted commas, for the person that's lagging. So they see what is like a recording. Oops. Now the fun thing comes is doing something like docking. If a person in the future is trying to dock with a station and a person in the past is within physics range of that station, then the station wobbles and jumps around. Another good question, Shirty. What happens if the second person docks to it? Basically the game rejects it. It basically says when you come into contact with it, a warning message comes up saying basically this craft has been changed in the future, and you can't do anything with it. When you come out and go back in again, which is what you have to do because you can't control it, so you actually have to go back to the space center. If you go back to it, your craft gets deleted, because there's nowhere for it to go. There's nothing else that it can do. Your craft won't suddenly appear docked to the other person's future stream. It's the only way really that the DMP server can actually deal with that. So there are things that you can do on DMP and things that you cannot do, because it won't let you. Done the sulfur scan. There are also interesting issues using the claw to capture Kerbals as well, as we found out. I mean, don't get me wrong, the DMP mod is not, shall we say, infallible, because I have actually managed to change the future from the past. Basically, there was an accident with a station in the future, and I was fetching a module up for the station, and I was running in the past. So when they said that they'd blown it up, I was like, well, what happens if I doctor this now in the past? And it's like, well, it shouldn't allow it. And it was a case of, well, let's try it anyway. We've got nothing to lose at this point, because somebody had done something to the station and caused it to explode. So we didn't actually have a station in the future. So we decided to dock to it anyway. Docking was successful. I docked out of the way of anyone else that was docking in the future compared to me, so that they wouldn't, so that the timelines wouldn't glitch because of a craft running into a module that I'd docked in the past. That wasn't there when they originally docked. Yeah, it gets complicated. And so I docked, and it come up and said this craft had been changed in the future, which is exactly what we expected it to happen. And everyone logged off from the server. I was the last one to log off. We gave it a couple of minutes, and then I logged back in again. And when I logged back in again, I resynchronized with the furthest clock ahead, so basically in the here and now, And sure enough, we had a station, and everybody else logged in, and they were on the same time frame as me. And we magically put the station back together again. So, yeah. Paradox? Yeah. But we were just like, yes, it's a bug, but we don't care. We saved the station. We saved like 3 days worth of work. Right, that's that done. Saved it. Now we get the fun task of starting KSP again. um, I'm afraid he's showing us a way at the moment. If Ghost isn't in here, then, and if he isn't actively chatting, then he's either doing something else or genuinely occupied. But from what I can see, he's listed as away from his keyboard at the moment. So he could be genuinely busy. Okay. No, Ghost doesn't hide. Unfortunately, guys, don't forget, when you're streaming, your PC is also quite busy handling the stream itself. if Ghost wanted to not be seen at all, he knows ways of doing it. So he can watch your stream without you knowing he's watching. I believe it's Mother's Day in the US as well. So, I think he said he might have some family thing on tonight. Can't remember off the top of my head. Didn't really pay attention. As bad as that sounds. I think when he told me I was a little bit on the tired side and not quite with it. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. So we're going to send up pretty much the same vessel again with the RDA-2. And I think we'll have some RCS on this one. Oh, it's good to see that that bug's still there. I just completely and utterly missed that bug. That's going to be a bit OP, but who cares? Get rid of the tight one. And there we go, we have two of them. Number 1 and number 2. And I'll actually use that to slightly offset the balance from the pod. Save that and we'll go and put this in orbit. Oh, that's not good. What's going on here? No Kerbals. KSP, why you do this to me? I think I might have run out of Kerbals again. Yep, I've run out. Actually, you know, I think we'll test. Who wants to be a Kerbal? Anyone? Who wants to go and take this into orbit and go scan for resources? Okay, is there anyone that doesn't want to be? Let's see who we can come up with. Oh, that's done. Oh god. My bot got drafted as an engineer. Fine. Who else? LTL King, you are an engineer. We don't need engineers though. Not yet, anyway. Shirty's an engineer. Really? I know there's more people in than those two. Bobs Van Loon, you are an engineer. I don't need engineers, I need pilots. Yay, Parabolic Photon, you are a pilot. Anyone else in chat? Ghost Rider, you are another pilot. So I have my 2 pilots. So where are my 2 pilots? Parabolic Photon and Ghost Rider are going up. Let's go. Might quickly accelerate up to a decent speed, and then we back off the throttle. Have you come up behind this window? That you have. Nope, there's no way of customizing it. Fix their titles by completely at random. Dum de dum de dum. Oops, I think we might have gone a little bit too flat. Well. Not got a clue, Shirty. Maybe it's some sort of config option. I just thought these scanners are set up differently. Oh. I just thought I'd set these up for 110, not 150. Go! Aye. And that would be me not concentrating. Right, we'll do this via maneuver nodes. Wait. Excuse me. Thank you. Not that I can read that. That's so helpful. That's close enough. Come on. I'll do. Oops. Need to wait for it to turn around first. Nope, that's too much. Height. $103, that's within tolerance, that'll do. Right, and there's all our scans. Oh, great. You know, I really hate that bug. 3. Anyone in chat, anyone in chat know what this bug is caused by? Because I can't remember. I remember reading it, but I cannot remember what causes this bug. It is really annoying. Hey, USW! It's good to see that you survived. Oh, missed one. Right, they all say ideal. What do you mean, what bug? Are you not looking at the screen? The one where these right-click menus overwrite each other. There's 2 of them. Hey USW, we've got Ghost Rider and Parabolic Photon piloting this one. Right, so let's go back to the Space Center and take a look, see what ScanSat says. Well, it's being caused by one of the mods that are installed. Nope. It actually draws 2 menus, one over the top of each other, and one gets updated, the other one doesn't. Something that's going to show up. Hang on, wait a minute. What's going on here? Uranite shouldn't be in the list. Where's water? Why don't we have... oh. Let me guess. I missed a few. Yep. We missed some of the more important scans like water and oxygen. But that's simple enough to set up. I'm not going to worry about it now. Oh, oxygen's there. Fine. How the heck did oxygen make it into the list? Oh, yeah, it's there. Ore? Why is ore there? These small niggling bugs are really annoying at times. But it's the type of thing we have to deal with. Ah, because they are defined. Okay. Pick carbon. Something weird's going on. Why do we have something weird going on? You got your aerial on here. No, no aerial. That's helpful. I just thought, what? No, it doesn't. If you're watching Shirty, this is what's happened. Click on stop, and you end up with two menus being drawn over the top of each other, and they're unreadable. Then if you right click on it, it's fine. But as soon as you change something in the menu, the two get overwritten with each other. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope, they're up here. Oh, okay. I've also got an almost darn near perfect sine wave orbit. That makes a first. I need to do a little blast and change my inclination. Nope, the other one. People engineer, where are you? Wrong map. Big map. On. Let's flip around and go the other way. Oh wait, I know actually what's causing that. Might as well get it pretty close to 90 anyway. Uh, yeah. Haven't played with that yet. That's going to be fun at some point. I just thought scanning for resources is going to be fun on Kerban. Be over here somewhere.
User joined your channel.
FCW.
Hey, unseen whale. How's it going?
Oh, going pretty good. How are you?
Discovering some interesting things. Yeah, scanning for resources on a planet that is tidally locked is going to be really fun. Because the orbits of the ships don't move that much.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well, just to demonstrate what I mean by tidally locked. On ScanSat update.
Another one?
I
waiting for the game to update.
I meant the orbit. Oh, okay, ScanSat doesn't want to update, does it? Go and do a time accelerate. Okay, it just wants to be a pain.
Good streams.
Sorry, what was that?
Have you had a good stream so far?
Yeah, not too bad. Pretty quiet. No trolls.
That's good.
There we go. When you reset it back to defaults, the blue and orange lines tell you what orbits are going to be next. As you can see, they're equally spaced out, whereas previously they were all bunched up together.
Mm-hmm.
So, for the purposes of demonstration, we're going to leave them like that for the moment. I'll just have to remember to tidily lock it again before somebody joins the DMP server. Otherwise that'd get fun.
Yeah.
Yep. Looks like somebody's come online.
That.
Ghost is just signed into Skype.
Or Dane's on Skype instead of. Oh no, LTL. I'm gonna call him.
Yeah, probably. Right, we need to go and check up on one of the ships. It's complaining that its life support's out. Which is entirely possible, since some of these are just test ships and didn't really give them much in the way of life support. Oops. I'll just wait for the stream to catch up.
Oh, yeah. Kill them all. They're all dead. So many Kerbal lives.
Yep. You know what the worst thing is?
What's that?
They were all engineers. Level 5 engineers. Insert colourful metaphors here. I can still make EL work. Oh, EPL still works. And I should have another one. Yep, EPL definitely still works even though there's no crew.
Figure you'll get another crew at some point.
This one's just a test one that I threw up. But yeah, that's an active demonstration that EPL does work in DMP. So that is going to be so much fun to play with. The only weird bug that I'm having seems to be that my TAC life support icon isn't showing up anywhere.
It's odd. You see Dan got on TeamSpeak.
Oh, I see him now. Now that you mention it. Right. Where's Blizzy? There you are.
I'll take Blizzy on that one.
Well, according to this, I've got the life support button selected. So it should be visible in Blizzy's, but it's not. And of course, Blizzy has a general tendency to grab buttons and remove them from the stock toolbar in favour of its own. So at the moment, it's not displaying the life support icon.
But you're not going to get life support on that screen anyway.
Yes, you do. It shows you the life support of all ships. Let's try unselecting it. Nope, still not there.
Weird. Not that bug. Mine was showing.
Well, and people wonder why I don't like Blizzy's toolbar. Because it doesn't like me. And Blizzy's second toolbar that I just created has now disappeared.
Good.
All because I added the TAC life support icon to it.
Huh. How long have you been streaming for? Uptime command.
4 hours. I don't
Wow.
have an uptime command.
You do. It says we have never stopped.
It's because I'm using a different bot. I'm not using Nightbot anymore.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for ages for someone to use the uptime command.
There you go.
Well, I see that they haven't tied ScanSat into the remote tech network yet.
No, look like it.
Which reminds me, I didn't extend the antenna. Not that it matters because I have cables on board. So I'll just go and do it because at least then it starts to create a ad hoc network. Boo.
What'd you do?
Ran out of electrical power.
Might need that.
Nah. I wonder if they fixed that bug.
Ah.
Nope. Not fixed that bug. It's still scanning with no power. And I know it's been reported. Actually, you know, it's worse than that. Solar panels that are put on can't generate enough power.
Whoops.
What scan's gonna stop? Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. That one.
Dan's over here trying to speak Spanish.
So say that again.
The Dan's over here trying to speak Spanish.
How well is he doing?
Pretty good.
Oh, glad to hear it.
Getting all kind of weirdness.
There we go, it's recharging.
Oh.
Had to stop about half the scans, do you mind?
Need more batteries.
Need more solar panels.
That too.
Well, I'm pretty sure I've got the configs right for everything. Just a case of doing a bit more, excuse me, doing a bit more grind work.
working now. A whole lot of resources in there, didn't you?
Some of them are pre-configured, annoyingly. No!
All your resources hacks working okay, looks like.
Now, I don't know if you notice, but I have the ScanSat window up here, right?
Yep.
So I go to click on the settings button, and it fetches up this panel that's actually behind it.
Huh.
I don't know whether that is a mod bug or a KSP bug.
I think it's a mod bug. They're not implementing a lock. What it looks like.
Shirty, it's set at windowed mode. I can't remember exactly what the resolution is. But it's one of the ones in the drop down. 1300 by 768, I think, off the top of my head.
Gonna be on for much longer, bud.
Not really.
I'm gonna go pop over and say hi to Dan. Well, he left now.
Is he still streaming?
He is.
Well, you might as well hang on because I think we're gonna do a raid.
Okay.
What's he streaming?
KSP.
Is he in 1.0?
Yep.
Well, definitely something weird going on with Scansat.
Tell him to get back in.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm telling him to get back in PS because I'm off.
Yeah, he seems to have been jumping in and out of TeamSpeak all night so far.
Get the raid stuff set up.
Yep, it should actually work properly this time, he says.
Cool.
Right, so
Here he comes.
we've got nitrogen, carbon, sulfur. Right.
Good.
Huh? Sorry, what was that?
Here he is.
Okay, so something weird's going on here.
Okay.
Basically, what is happening is, in the resources panel, we have our resources. But on previous versions, it coloured the map in
Huh?
for the gradient of the
Oh yeah, for the
resource.
amount.
And it also came up here and said, for example, carbon, whatever percent. And it's not coming up. It should have scanned this bit where it's been.
No good.
Hmm. Shirty, are you able to open up two streams at the same time? Are you on your PC?
Heading over there.
Yeah, I'll start getting it set up. Right, if you hang on in my chat and join the target stream, wait for the Kerbals to shut up. Then I'll talk to you in my chat after everyone's moved over. So just bear with me. I'm going to set up a raid for everyone.
Hop over there in a few minutes. It'll be raid, right? Okay.
Yeah. Just bear with me. Wait for it, everyone. I've got to be careful I don't
Takes a
KO my
minute to warm up,
stream.
doesn't he? Yeah.
Unfortunately, I have to deal with limited bandwidth.
Ah.
So basically, when I'm streaming, opening up somebody else's stream runs the risk of KOing my stream, and it takes ages. Just bear with me, waiting for my chat to connect.
A few minutes for chat to connect for any of them tonight.
Yeah, I have noticed.
Do, 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 do. Oh, I like seeing the stuff. It's neat.
What, mine?
Yep.
Well, we'll get it figured out and get ScanSat working again in this version, just like we did for 0.9. We know the resources are there because we've had it working.
Yep.
Just I know from previous version of ScanSat that it can quite often get really upset when you start changing configs.
Live.
Is it going to connect this time?
Always left it. Alright. That ever connect for you?
Still waiting for it. I've just got that weird circly thing going round and round and round at the moment. There we go. Right, everybody, I want you to raid Danger Dan, and when you jump into his chat, I want you to type in CW raid all in lowercase. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
You over there in a minute, bud.
Yep.
User left your channel.
You could always build the Valkyrie too, which was an experimental bomber that they almost ordered. Experimental, very supersonic bomber. Thanks for the raid, CW, much appreciated, and thank you, Unseen Whale, for the host.
Joined your channel.
What's up, Unseen Whale? Thank you for the host,
What's up,
buddy.
man? No problem.
Very
How's it
quiet.
going here?
Okay, good. Quiet, small night, but you know how it goes sometimes.
Yeah. Since 1.0's come out,
Right, that's all from me. I will remain in my chat for a bit. But for now, I'm going to host Danger Dan.
you're doing good. We had our first.
Bye for now.